All right.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Good morning, Mr. Court Officer. Can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honours. This is file number KC BC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. First of all, I will call the appearances.
Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, everyone. The Specialist Prosecutor's Office today is represented by Prosecutor Cesare Mihalchuk, by Line Pedersen, Case Manager, and myself, Silvia D'Ascoli, Associate Prosecutor.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, everybody. The participating victims are represented this day by myself, Brechtje Vossenberg, co-counsel.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. The defense is represented by my co-counsel, Mr. Betty Mishala, myself, Julius von Monet, interpreter and investigator, Mr. Fatmir Pelay, and in the courtroom joining today is Mr. Mustafa, the accused.
Thank you. And for the record, you are appearing in front of Trial Panel 1. Today we will hear the testimony of Defense Witness 900, Mr. Kaplan Parduzzi. However, before that, the panel would like to address 3 issues with the parties and participants. First, we will issue an oral order. On the 7th of April of this year, the panel received the defense revised order of witnesses for the months of April and May 2022, which is filing 373, which did not include any references to defense witnesses 1200 and 1900. On the same day, via email sent by CMU to the defense at 18 minutes past 6, the panel asked the defense to clarify whether and when it intends to call witnesses 1200 and 1900. On 8 April 2022, the defense responded via email sent at 7:54 in the morning that it no longer intended to call witness 1200 and 1900. The defense further added with regard to witness 1400 and 1500 that it expected their examination to last 2 hours rather than 3 hours as estimated in filing 373. The panel stresses that the defense has an obligation to notify the panel if it decides to amend its list of witnesses. This derives from Rule 119, paragraph 5 of the rules. Defense counsel failed to act diligently in this situation and only informed the panel when prompted to do so. Be that as it may, the panel orders the defense to file its amended list of witnesses into the case record by Tuesday, 12 April 2022. And the list shall also reflect the defense updated estimated time for direct examination of witness 1400 and 1500. This concludes the panel's order. Then we have a second item, also with regard to defense, and the panel asked the defense to confirm whether the accused will make an unsworn statement pursuant to Rule 142, paragraph 1 of the rules. And the panel understands that, should this be the case, the unsworn statement will be made after the testimony of the last witness, which is filing 335, paragraph 5. And the panel would like to hear from the defense, A, whether the accused would be ready to make the unsworn statement in the week of the 16th of May, so that would be on the 17th, 18th, and or the 19th of May. B, what is the estimated duration of the statement? And C, whether the accused will be answering questions from the panel before or after the statement. Defense counsel, are you ready to give an answer to these questions, or shall we postpone it to tomorrow morning?
better to postpone it to tomorrow morning, Your Honor, then we will consult about it.
Very well. Thank you. Court officer, could you please bring us into private session?
We're in open session, Your Honours.
Thank you. We now will proceed with the testimony of defense witness 900. Just to put it on record, we have given permission to have the examination done in Albanian by email last Friday. And Mr. Shala, it's you that will be performing the questioning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. I will tell the witness, and I will insist on it, but it's very important that we wait the 5 seconds between the question and the answers. So we will all have to do our utmost to help the witness to act accordingly in order to get everything on transcript in the right way. So I would also like to ask you that we do our utmost to try to make it work, because last week in the morning session, it was kind of challenging for everybody to get everything right on transcript. Yeah. So please, when the witness answers, please wait and then come on with your next question.
Yes, Your Honor. I will do my best.
Yeah, I know. We all do. Very well. Madame Court Usher, can we please usher the witness into the courtroom? Mr. Parducci, good morning and welcome to the specialist chambers. How are you?
Good morning, I'm good, thank you. Yes, I do.
Mr. Parducci, today we will start with your testimony. You are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the Specialist Prosecution Office against Salih Mustafa to assist this panel to reach a verdict. Yeah. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the counsel representing Mr. Mustafa, sitting on your right-hand side. Yes. Then you will be asked questions by the lawyers for the prosecution, on your left side, nearest to the judges, on that side. Yes. And then you will be asked questions by the victim's counsel, who are also on your left side, if any. Yes? And at the end, you may be asked questions by the panel. You understand that?
Yes.
I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that you will be asked. Mr. Parducci, please. And do I pronounce it well? Is it Mr. Parducci?
Parduzzi, yes.
Please, listen carefully to each question. And if you don't understand, feel free to ask for the question to be repeated. We want you to tell the truth and to tell us what you saw, what you heard, what you experienced. Yeah? Yourself. If you found out in some other way, then you should say so and explain how. You may not remember all the details of the events, and this is perfectly fine. Yes? Please testify on what you remember, and it's perfectly fine to say, I don't remember, I don't know, because you should not guess and you should not make things up. Please answer the questions in a focused way. If clarification is needed, you will be asked to do so. And I might interrupt you if you're deviating in your answer from what you were asked. And I also remind you that you may refuse to answer a question on issues that might tend to incriminate you. Have you understood all this?
Yes.
I would like to give you some practical advice for your testimony. And everything what we say here is translated and recorded. So it is important to speak into the microphones in front of you, to speak clearly, and to speak at a slow pace. This will allow the interpreters to translate everything. You should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. And when a question is asked, Mr. Parducci, please count in your head up to 5, and only then give an answer. And I insist on this, it's very important. And this pause of 5 seconds is essential for us to properly follow what you are saying. And when Mr. Shala will be performing the questioning, finish his question, please wait 5 seconds. Yeah, this is really important. So I might need to interrupt you, because when you hear the question in Albanian, I can imagine that you might want to answer right away, but you really should keep your answer and only after 5 seconds talk. Yeah. If I raise my hand, please stop talking. If I start talking into the microphone, I will be overlapping what you are saying. So I prefer not to do that. Yeah? Sometimes you will be asked to take off your headphones, yeah, or even you might be ushered out when something needs to be discussed regarding the content of your examination in order not to influence you. Yeah? And if you have any questions, if you need a break, yeah, or you need other kind of assistance, please raise your hand, and then I will give you the floor, yeah, in order to ask the question. Have you understood all this?
Po. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Parducci?
Jo. No.
Very well, thank you. As we must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth. Yeah? And I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false testimony. Have you understood that?
Po. Yes.
Can you please assist the witness with his solemn declaration? Please, Mr. Parducci, read the text provided to you.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Parducci, you are now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with the testimony of Mr. Parducci, starting with the questioning by the defense counsel. Defense counsel, you have estimated 2 hours for your questioning of this witness. As usual, please inform the panel of any changes in this regard for planning purposes. You have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Mirdita Zotrid.
Good morning, Mr. Witness. Good morning. Question. Mr. Witness, did you provide Salih Mustafa's defense statement? Answer, yes. Question. Do you recall when was that? Yes. Question. Can you tell us when was the date? On the 26th of February 2021.
Witness, wait. You have to wait a little moment before you start talking.
Question. other than the defense, have you provided any statement to anyone else during that time period? I'm talking about 2021 and now about 2022.
Po kam qenë i kontaktuar në 10 orë, mesin e 10 orit.
Yes, I was contacted in this December by the prosecutor, and in January 10, 2022, I was for an interview at ULEX office in Kosovo. Kosovo, correction.
Në çfarë cilësie keni qenë?
Question, in what capacity were you invited? Answer, I don't know in what capacity, even though I considered it unjust then and now. But since you started questioning me, I wanted to raise two concerns before the panel. My two personal concerns, if I am allowed to do that.
You are for now only allowed to answer the questions that the defense counsel is putting to you.
Question, Mr. Pardusi, I wish to discuss together today the period of 1998 and 1999.
A keni qenë pjesë
Were you a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army? Answer, yes, I was.
nga cila kohë jeni?
Question, since when did you join the KLA? I joined in May 1999 and until now.
A ju kujtohet
Do you recall in what part of Kosovo did you join the Kosovo Liberation Army? Answer, yes. In what part was that? Answer, in the lab operational zone.
në vitin 1900
Question, in 1998, at the time when you joined the KLA ranks, in the lab operational zone, were there brigades in operation?
No.
Answer, no. They did not exist. They were formed later. Question, can you tell us when were they formed? Answer, I don't know, to tell you the truth, because I was not involved in it, but I think it was sometime by the end of August.
Natët
98.
në kohën kur
Question, how many brigades were formed then? Answer, 2 brigades. 151 Bayaziti and 152 Shaban Shala. At the zone of the brigade there were 3, but Brigade 153 was formed, I think, sometime in February 1999, if I'm not mistaken.
ju cilës brigadi?
Question, what brigade were you a member of after the brigades were formed? Answer, I belong to 151 Bayaziti. Zahir Bayaziti Brigade.
Në atë kohë ku e ka parë?
Question, when was the staff of the brigade then? 151. We had our staff in Baigor school in Baigor village.
Dhe a keni qenë gjatë tërë kohës
Question, were you all the time there in Baigor until June 1999? Answer, no. We stayed until 19 or 20th of September 98, when the first offensive took place between the Serb forces and the KLA forces in Kachanol village or gorge, dividing Lap and Mitrovica territories or municipalities. And when did you go after that? Brigade 151 settled in Bradash village.
You not ko
Question. Did you have any grade or any rank at that time in the KLA? Yes, I had the highest grade that existed in the KLA then.
tregon
Can you tell us what grade? Answer, soldier of the Kosovo Liberation Army. That was the highest grade.
me themelimin e brigadës 151.
With the establishment of Brigade 151 and 152. Do you remember who were the commanders of these two brigades? Answer, yes. Can you tell us who they were? The commander of 151 initially had as a commander Nureddin Ibishileka. 152 Shaban Shala brigade was Idris Shabani, and the last name I couldn't catch.
Oh,
With the pseudonym Luta, correction, with the pseudonym Luta. Could the witness please be asked to slow down?
Mr. Witness,
Pobona.
can you
Yes.
a little bit more when you give an answer to the question of the defense counsel? Because for the interpreters, it gets complicated if you answer so quickly. So, please. Please proceed, defense counsel.
Zotri dëshmi
Question, Mr. Witness. You said Nureddin Ibishi was appointed as commander of Brigade 151. What does that mean initially? Answer. Can you be more specific? Nureddin Ibishi was commander when Brigade 151 was established. In its beginning.
Defense counsel, I would have the same question. What do you mean with what does that mean? What are you aiming at? What is the question for the witness? Now you can ask it to the witness, but please make it more specific.
a do të thotë kjo që
Does it mean that Nureddin Ibishi was not its commander until June 1999, namely of Brigade 151? Answer. Let me explain. Brigade 151 was not formed in June 1998, but in August, sometime in mid-August of 98.
po pyetja ime ishte
Yes, but my question was he commander until June of 99, that is, of Brigade 151? Answer, no.
Can you take off your headphones? Till when was Mr. Leka commander of Brigade 151? And then we get an answer. Because now we still don't know anything. We just don't know that he was not a commander till then. But ask him till when, please.
Yeah, thanks.
Question. Microphone for Your Honor.
Can you put on your headphones? Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Dhe deri ku
Until when was Nureddin Ibishi commander of 151 Brigade? Answer, I can't be precise, but I think until end of November, beginning of December of 98. Then he became a chief of staff of LAB Operational Zone.
dhe pas
Question. And who followed him as commander of 151 Brigade?
Komandanti
commander of 151 Brigade was taken up by Idras Shaban in Luda, and on Brigade 152, the commander was, we couldn't get the name. Can he repeat, please?
Witness, can you repeat the name of command of the brigade 152?
Brigada
The commander of 152 Brigade was Arif Mucholi, with the pseudonym Prova.
Zoti dëshmitar,
Mr. Witness, when did you know Salih Mustafa? At what time period? Answer, physically from 98. But as Salih, I knew of him earlier through the media because he was persecuted and the press has written about him. So I knew about him from the media coverage. But physically, I knew him in 98.
keni taku
Question, where did you meet him initially in 98, if you remember? I may be mistaken, but it was either in Bygor or Zabash. It's more likely to be in Bygor, because at that time he brought people who wanted to join the ranks of the KLA and trained them, provided them with military training.
a ju kujtohet
Do you remember whether you had any personal contact, and if yes, how long was that contact? Answer, yes, I had contacts with him because it was an absurdity not to meet him. We greeted him maximum for an hour, but sometimes even for a lesser period, but not more than 1 hour.
Headphones, Mr. Witness? Could you be more specific with regard to the time frame? Because I read here that he met him initially in 1998, but these remarks, on what time frame do they apply?
Yes. Zoti dëshmitar,
Question, Mr. Witness. You said that you met Salih Mustafa in 1998. Do you remember the date, or at least the month, in 1998 when you met him? That is Mr. Salih Mustafa. Answer, no, I don't remember the dates because I did not take any notes of the dates. It could have been July. However, I'm saying it could have been July as the nearest month, but I cannot be precise.
gjatë atij takimi,
Question, during that meeting, were you interested in the activity of Salih Mustafa in the time period of 1998? Answer, I'm sorry, but can you be more specific? Salih Mustafa's activity was also my activity. We had the same goal, was to increase the ranks of the KLA.
Counsel, could you take off your headphones, Mr. Witness? In line 16, in page 16, line 11, you say your question is during that meeting. But what I understood is that the witness is saying that he met on several occasions with Mr. Mustafa. So it's not. Yeah, you should be more precise in your question, or maybe you intend something else. But I think that this is confusing. He is not talking about one meeting.
Yeah, physically from 1999, first time. And for that time. Okay, I can go.
No, for me it's not clear. So
Okay.
I just want to elicit precise information from the witness. I don't want to interfere with your questioning, but this is not precise enough, I would say.
Okay. Zoti dëshmitar.
Question, Mr. Witness. You said that in July 1998, you met Salih Mustafa physically for the first time. And you said that this meeting lasted for approximately an hour. Answer yes.
Please, Mr. Pardusi. It's not that he said that it was in July. He said, I think it might be. It's not that he said it was July 1998.
And I asked, and my question, it was approximately in July.
Okay, that was not translated.
Oh,
it was
sorry.
just said in July 1998.
No, approximately.
Very well. Then is that stated for the record. Mr. Witness, I'm sorry that you have to put on and put off all the time the headphones, but it's better that you don't hear my questions. No, but you can leave it on. Now you can leave it on. Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Zotri dëshmitar.
Question, Mr. Witness, I apologize for having to repeat the question. You said that approximately in July, around July 1998, you met Salih Mustafa physically for the first time. During this meeting, do you remember if you talked with Salih Mustafa about his activities as a soldier of the Liberation Army? Answer, I said it earlier and I'm repeating it. Salih Mustafa's activity were my activities and activities of each and every soldier of the KLA. About that subject, there was nothing to discuss because we all knew what we had to do.
A je interesu?
Question. Did you show interest in those recruits that he brought there? And in what way or form did he contact them and bring them there? Answer, do you mean Salih Mustafa? Question, yes, Salih Mustafa. Answer, I don't know, but as things flowed, every volunteer would come to join, and those who knew that they wanted to join would bring them to join. The majority of them were of young age who did not complete military service and had no knowledge on using weapons. So Therefore, they completed training, and depending on the circumstances, we engaged them. But this was always on voluntary basis. Question: did you know from which part of Kosovo did he bring these recruits?
Så
Answer: Kosovo was one and indivisible. 99% were from Pristina with the environs and the villages surrounding it. Question: how come you are so sure that those recruits were 99% from Pristina with environs? Answer: I believe they were. There could be also from other parts if they were students at the university. However, I believe that the majority of them were from there. This is my conviction. Personally, I did not go to check who was from which part of Kosovo. Question: in July 1998, did you know in what part of Kosovo was Salih Mustafa active or operating as a soldier of the Kosovo Liberation Army? Answer: I believe the question is general because Kosovo in its entirety had need, and wherever there was need, everybody tried to contribute in the best possible way they could. I don't know, but I think that his focus and main area of operation was the LAP operational zone. Question: in 1998, up until June 1999, you personally, were you in the village of Zlash? Answer: yes, I was. Question: how many times were you there?
noted
Answer: in 1998, once. We sent some ammunition and weapons there, and in 1999 I was 3 to 4 times, so in total 4 or 5 times, I would say. Question: when you went to Slash for the first time in 1998, do you remember approximately which month that was or which date that was in 1998 when you went there? Answer: the dates are hard to remember. We were not in position to keep a diary or notes and write down dates because life was very dynamic and the events very dynamic and unfortunately very dramatic. If I'm not mistaken, it was in October, end of October 1998. I brought some weapons and ammunition there, and also got supplies from Slash because there was a center for supplies there to meet the needs of the zone. Supplies as in food and clothing. Question: do you remember in which location did you get those weapons? Answer: although this question is again in general terms, I will answer. I received the weapons in 151 Brigade in Bradash. Question: how far is Bradash from Slash? Answer, I don't know as a crow flies. However, by road it was quite far.
Defense counsel, is that, or Mr. Witness, you said, I don't know as the crow flies. What do you mean with that?
As a crow flies, the airline distance between Bradash and Zlash, that I don't know, but by road it was quite far, and that road was quite difficult because we did not use main roads, we use secondary roads.
And what do you mean with quite far? Can you make it more concrete? Because it's a subjective estimation of yours. What is far for you may not be far for somebody else. How much time it would take by foot, or how much time would it take by car?
For you, it's absurd to hear that sometimes you would need 12 or 13 hours or even a day at the time to make that journey. In normal circumstances, by main road, it's 1.5 hours. We did not do any measurements. I cannot say for sure this was the distance.
I don't want a distance from you, Mr. Pardusi. I want to know in that time, because we are talking about that period, if you would go to Slash, how much time it would take by the means of transport you would use. And I'm not here to say that something is absurd or not. I'm just listening and trying to understand.
Your Honor, it's difficult for you to understand because it's impossible to make a correct description. However, I'm doing my utmost to describe. That road took at minimum 7 hours, but sometimes it would take even 24 hours, depending on the circumstances and the obstacles that would appear on the journey.
Foot or by car or by tractor?
By car.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. You have the floor, Defense Counsel.
Yeah, thank you.
Question. After you handed over the weapons and took the food and other supplies that you mentioned, like blankets, where did you bring them afterwards? Answer, to Bradash in the warehouse of the 151 Brigade. Question. Mr. Witness, I would like to go back to the month of July 1998. You said that approximately in July 1998 you met Salih Mustafa. The recruits that Salih Mustafa brought, did they complete their training, if you remember? Answer, yes, all of them completed the training.
Witness, can you take off your headphones, please? Defense Counsel, we are circling around 1998 already for a while. And what is the relevance of these type of questions with regard to the defense case, just
Yes.
for our understanding?
As first to show the witness that he really know Salih Mustafa and know from that time of period. And I'm trying now to get that, did Salih Mustafa was in Slash in that time of period? Because he mentioned he saw only in that place in Baigora.
I understand that, but you're now
And-
asking about the training of the
Yes.
people in.
Yes, and did that recruit went to Salih Mustafa unit or went somewhere else? Somewhere else?
Okay, please proceed, but it's good to get at some point in the direction of the indictment.
Okay. Okay,
Microphone for Your Honor.
Bardouzi.
Zotri dëshmitar,
Question, Mr. Witness, the recruits who completed the training and those that Salih Mustafa brought, do you have any knowledge or do you know whether they returned to Salih Mustafa's unit or whether they went to another unit of another brigade? Answer, no, they did not go to the unit because when the brigades were formed, there were companies. A majority of them were systemized in 151 and 152, mainly in 152. But it could happen that some of them went to Salih Mustafa's unit. That I cannot confirm or deny because I don't know.
a e dini sa ka zgjata?
Question, do you know how long did that training last? Answer, for a minimum of 10 days and maximum of 21 days. Question, thank you, Mr. Witness. At the time when you were in Slash, the occasion when you sent the weapons there, do you remember to whom you handed over those weapons? Answer, I handed them over in the building or house, or let's call it staff. We would call staff headquarters every private house because we did not have military barracks as regular armies. There were certain individuals there in that building. One of them was Fatmir Sopi, and there was another person, Aslani, who was in charge of the warehouse. Now he's a martyr. And in the meantime, Salih Mustafa came there.
Kujtohet, a mund të na e
Question, do you remember or can you describe for us that house and the area around that house? Was it the only building in that part? Answer, yes, there was a forest around it. It was a one-story house, a ground floor house, as far as I remember, because I did not go inside the house. It was a beautiful weather, and also I had to go back. So, from what I could see, it was a ground floor house.
shtëpia tjera përveç
Question, were there any other houses except this one? Answer, at that time, if we are talking about 1998, I didn't see any. In 1999, I did see other houses. How many? I don't know because I did not count them.
Zoti dëshmitar, po pyes për shtëpinë që e that një kaçe ku I
Question, I'm asking you, Mr. Witness, about the house where you handed over the weapons, not houses in general in Slash. Answer, as far as I remember, there weren't any. It was a separate house.
Mr. Bardouzi, please try to wait some seconds before answering the question of the Defense Counsel, because we have to be able to read here what the question was. Yeah? And if I don't know what the question is, I cannot assess your answer rightly. Okay?
D'accord.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Zotri dëshmitar, në kohën kur
Mr. Witness,
i bishi
at the time when Nureddin Ibishi was appointed Chief of Staff at the General Staff of the LAP Operational Zone, did you remain in the brigade?
Tom.
Answer, please. Nureddin Ibishi is not part of staff, of course, part of the general staff, but he was appointed chief of staff. And from the first day, I went together with Nureddin Ibishi until I was wounded.
a ju kujtohet kur ka ndodhur
Question, do you remember when this wounding took place? Answer, yes. Question, can you tell us when was that? Answer, on 10th of April 1999. I don't know if it's a coincidence or something accidental. It's 23 years ago on the date yesterday that I find myself here testifying before the specialized chambers.
kjo plagosja ju kujtohet se
Question, do you remember where this wounding took place? Answer, yes, in the village of Surdol.
ditën që jeni
Question, the day you were wounded, was there fighting in Surdol village? Answer, yes, there was fighting for the whole day.
pasi që jeni
Question, after you were wounded, do you remember where you were taken? Answer, yes, I do remember. Question, can you tell us? Answer, I was wounded on the 10th of April, as I mentioned. During the fighting, there was also a displaced population in Golak area, more than 40,000 citizens, among them children, elderly women, with some of them had buses, some had cars, in order to save themselves from the Serbs.
Was, after you were wounded, do you remember where you were taken? Yeah, where you were taken. That is the question. Please answer the question of the Defense Counsel. And could you also ask the witness when, which year, 10th of April? Because I didn't see a year appear in the transcript. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Thatë më 10 prill.
Question, you said on 10th of April, which year? Answer, 1999.
Jeni
Question, and after you were wounded, were you transferred from the location where you were fighting? Answer, yes, because I was severely wounded and Commander Leka was too, but lightly injured. He continued the fighting during the day. Some friends took me to the village of Rechits. Could the witness please repeat the name of the village?
Repeat the name of the village.
Toricic.
Okay.
Turicic.
Please stay focused when you answer the questions. Don't add all kind of information. If clarification is needed, you will be asked. Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
Zoti dëshmitar,
Question. Mr. Witness, the day you were wounded, were you in Surdul from that day earlier, or did you go there? Answer. We went at the end of March, beginning of April to that part. Question. From which part did you set off in the direction of Surdul? Answer. From the village of Katunisht. We went on to the northeastern part of Golak.
pasi që ju bartën nga
Question. Once you were taken from the battlefield to the Turicic village, your treatment, did that take place in that village? Answer. No, because there were not even minimum conditions there. I only received first aid there.
vend
Question. At the location where you were as a wounded person, were other soldiers also brought there? Wounded soldiers.
Please start again over. Thank you.
po zoti dëshmitar i
Question. Yes, Mr. Witness, wounded. Answer. Not as a wounded person, but a wounded. I did not see, I don't know, because I personally was in a more severe situation. There were civilians, there were some children, there were wounded, but as for other soldiers, I don't know. Question. And were you then transferred from Turicic to another location which would have better conditions for your treatment? Answer. Yes. From there, we had an improvised hospital in the village of Potok. In the opposite side, northwest. Question. You said in the opposite side. Do you know how far is Turicic from Potok approximately? Answer. I wouldn't know, but I know that it took us 2 days to get there. More than 48 hours to get to the improvised hospital in Potok.
Question. Do you remember what villages you went through at the time? I remember the villages when we passed through before I got wounded. After I was wounded, I don't remember because my health condition didn't allow me to do that.
A ju kujtohet
Question. Do you remember on what day did they carry you to Potok village? Can you specify it more? What do you mean, on that day or when we arrived in Potok, or when? After you got wounded, they carry you from the battle to Turicic, battlefield to Turicic, and you said that you were wounded on the 10th of April 1999. How long did you stay in Turicic? Do you remember? Answer. To tell the truth, I don't. I'm saying approximately 4 or 5 hours until they gave me the first aid and until they find a trailer tractor with the trailer, and when darkness fell, with that tractor they took me to the military hospital in Potok.
Të njëjtën ditë
Question, you mean on the same day that you were wounded, they carried you to Potok village? Answer, yes.
a e dini kush
Question, do you know who organized your transportation from Turicic to Potok village? Answer, Salih, of course, and he also secured the road.
pse po thu
Question, why do you say it's Salih? Answer, because logically speaking, I would say that because he was in charge of that part for the passage of people, soldiers, goods, supplies, because he supplied all the population there. There were over 20,000 displaced people who had settled in that area. So I would presume it was he, because I couldn't see really with my own eyes, because I was gravely wounded.
kur thua Cali,
When you say Salih, are you talking about Salih Mustafa? Answer, yes, every time I say Salih, I refer to Salih Mustafa.
po gjatë
Question, during that time period of your transportation from Turicic to Potok village, did you personally see Salih Mustafa? Answer, yes. Question, do you remember how you saw him? You saw him on the move, or he contacted you? Answer, he secured the road because it was a winding road, secondary road that ran through the mountains, but in 2 occasions he stopped. This tractor stopped, and the weather was very bad. It was very cold with rain. He came up and asked me, how are you? Can you stand it? And that's it. Question, you mentioned the tractor with the trail.
na
Trailer, were you the only one there? No, we were together with Commandant Leka Nureddin Ibisha.
a ju kujtohet për vetë Calit, a keni pa edhe ushtar?
Other than Salih, do you remember if you saw some other soldiers? Answer, it's a hypothetical question. I might have seen them, but I couldn't identify who they were because it was raining, it was dark. And of course, there must have been those who assisted him, because alone, Salih Mustafa or anyone couldn't do anything. My question was, were there other soldiers, not whether you knew them? Answer, yes, there were. Question, the road from Turicic to Potok, do you know if Salih Mustafa escorted you all along the way with his other soldiers? Answer, most of the way, yes. More than half of the way, or half, I would say, if I'm not mistaken, because my situation was deteriorating, and so they descended me to a village, Velopoy or Imanisht, I am not very sure. We rested there for some hours, and Salih had other duties and obligations, and he went back. And persons from Brigade 151 took us and transported us to Potok.
Kur keni mbrinë në
Question, when you arrived in Potok, were you aware, were you conscious? Answer, partly conscious. Sometimes I was, sometimes I lost consciousness. Question, do you remember how long did you take to recover? How long did you stay in this improvised hospital in Potok? Up until the end of April of 99, I would say. Question, where did you go after that? We moved from there because of the fighting, daily fightings and shelling. From the 24th of December 98, there was the La Pastitsa battle, and that a single day didn't pass by without fighting, sometimes more intensive, sometimes less intensive, but there were fightings on a daily basis. So we displaced to Popovo. From there, they carried us to Rimanisht as Lush, because the purpose that we went to Slash was to take me to Tetovo, Macedonia, for further recuperation.
Your Honor, please, just a minute.
Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
Question, during the time you were in Potok, Mr. Witness, did you meet Salih Mustafa there? Answer, to my recollection, no. Question, do you remember after you left Potok, when were you in Slash? In what time period were you there? Answer. There were 2 attempts to take me to Macedonia. The first time it was impossible. We had to return. It must have been end of April. I don't know the accurate date, but end of April and early May, I would say. That must have been the period. Question, you said that there were 2 attempts to take you to Macedonia. First time you didn't succeed. During this time period that you were in Slash, end of April, beginning of May, do you mean during the first attempt or during the second attempt? You are asking me about the wounding or in general, for the wounding. After the wounding, it was the first time. Question. The second attempt.
I don't understand very well what the answer was and what the question was, to be honest. You said that there were 2 attempts. Can you take off your headphones, please? You said there were 2 attempts to take you to Macedonia. The first time you didn't succeed. During this time period that you were in Slash, what is your question then? Do you mean during the first attempt or during the second attempt? What are you asking there?
Microphone, please.
The end of April or beginning of May, he was in Slash.
Yes.
So after that, he mentioned 2 attempts. First attempt for Macedonia didn't have success, and second attempt. And my question it was, did he was there from first time and in second time in that time of period?
What I understood is that in the period of time that the witness was in Slash,
yes,
that there were 2 attempts to bring him to Macedonia.
Yes.
So he already answered your question in the time frame, as I understood it, end of March, beginning of May. Yeah, in that time frame, there were 2 attempts to bring him, and the second attempt apparently worked because he went to Macedonia. So he was not somewhere else. He was in Slash, I understood, and there were 2 attempts. So if you are not sure about that, you can confirm it, ask the witness to confirm that. But I think that's what he said.
Okay, I wasn't sure, and that is the reason
Yes,
why I asked it.
but don't feed him with the answer. I would say ask him the 2 attempts to bring you to Macedonia. Where were you? Yeah, where were you? And then he can answer that.
Mr. Witness,
Mr. Witness, you want to ask something?
Ja, nej men
no, I just wanted 1 minute of pause.
vet om ni minut.
Only 1 minute.
But then you have to go out, and very well.
Ja, tyckte
Not here, here.
Oh,
Ja,
okay,
Western
please.
Racing Park.
Just to feel more comfortable. Sit properly.
Mr. Witness, is this enough? Because you can take some more time.
Oh.
Eh?
Yes. No, it's fine. I can continue now.
Defense counsel, you may proceed.
Question, Mr. Witness. You said that it was end of April or beginning of May 99. During this time, you were in Slash before you went to Macedonia. And you said that there were 2 attempts made. Were you in Slash during this time when both attempts were undertaken during the time period? Answer. In fact, I couldn't do anything myself. They were undertaken by others, yes. I was in Slash during both attempts. Question. I want to make it clearer. When was the first attempt made to that end? End of April, beginning of May, sometime. Question. And when was the second attempt? It was by the end of May, I think. Question. During this time period, from the first to the second attempt, did you remain in Slash all the time? Answer, no. After the first attempt, when did you leave Slash? 3, 4 days, I think. 4 days. 5 at most. Question. At the end of April, beginning of May 99, when you went to Slash, for them to take you to Macedonia, during this time, did you meet Salih Mustafa there? Yes, I saw him in passing.
Can you take off your headphones? We have been talking a lot about Slash now, yeah? But I think it's good that you would explore some more where in Slash, because because before you did, I saw that you were deviating to, it looked like another issue, but to be more specific, because we know that there has been discussion around this issue. So please.
Yeah, thank you. A ju kujtohet
Do you remember, Mr. Witness, do you remember when you were there in Slash for the first time, which was end of April and beginning of May of 99? When I say the first time, I mean the first attempt to take you to Macedonia. Do you remember where were you staying? Yes, I do. Can you tell us where? Also, in a private home, improvised home, I don't know how to put it,
Spital, să ska känns
like a kind of outpatient clinic or hospital. It was not a real hospital, in fact, but just for me to rest and to be provided the basic care, like drips and so on.
a ju kujtohet kur keni hyrë
Do you remember when you entered that house? Do you remember what it looked like?
sjö sepse
No, I wouldn't say, because it was late, and frankly speaking, I couldn't lift my head, and because I had to lean over because of my wounds, and I don't know what to say. It was a ground floor village home.
kujtohet sa dhoma kanë qenë aty.
Do you remember how many rooms there were? No, I don't know that. I wasn't able to look around. They put me in a room. There were 2 beds there, and that's it.
Kur keni dalë prej asaj shtëpi,
When you left that house, after how many days was the second attempt made for you to go to Macedonia? Are you talking about the first time? The first time. The first time, it was one night. I slept there one night, and on the next day, by midday, Salih Mustafa's team, headed by him, organized this attempt, and we went up to the village in the border area with Serbia, and there we were informed that the Serbs had information, of course, and had surrounded some villages, so we had to turn back. And I stayed another night there in Kolich. I don't know how long the trip was. Maximum, I would say 5 days.
nga ajo shtëpi.
Question: at the moment that you left that house, could you look around it? Outside of it. If I were today, I would be able to look around, but not then. I wasn't able. Question: that's why I asked you, could you look around? Answer: no, I couldn't. I was mostly lying. I saw only the sky. And you were in the same condition also when you returned? Unfortunately, yes.
Herën e
The second time, can you recount again to us what time period it was when you went to Slash to be transported to Macedonia? The second time, I'm speaking hypothetically because I don't recall the dates, but I would say 20th of May, or it might have been 15th of May. But the second time we succeeded, thanks to better organization, and Salih Mustafa escorted us up to Bulay village. From Slash to Mramor, you go to Bulay then. That's where he came with us personally. Then he charged some other soldiers of that area who were familiar with the terrain to accompany us, and we continued on our way.
Kujtohet sa keni ndajt në
Question: Do you remember how long you stayed in Slash the second time before you left for Macedonia? Answer, I don't know. I don't remember. I can't give you a time. If I knew then that I was going to testify someday, I would have taken notes. I don't know, maybe 2, 3 days? I'm not sure. Because for me, one day was a week, for me personally. So what can I say more? You wouldn't believe what I went through, but this is the truth.
Në dytë kur keni shku,
Question. The second time that you left for Macedonia, do you remember the house where you stayed? Can you be more specific? Are you talking about Slash or on my way when we moved? No, in Slash. The second time that you went to Slash, it was the same house. Question. This time, could you look around the house? What it looked like from the outside? Answer. Unfortunately, no. I said it. I don't know if I am clear. Without the help of my comrades who carried me, I couldn't move. I couldn't even lift my head and look round or up. They just carried me on a stretcher like a dead body. I was a living dead, if you like.
faleminderit zoti Dush.
Thank you.
Very well, and we are approaching 11 o'clock, so if you could conclude your line of questioning for now.
Okay, we can conclude now because with this questioning I don't have more, so
Okay.
after the consultation we will see how.
Okay, very well. And could you give us an estimation of how long you think you will be needing after the break?
I believe no more than 10, 15 minutes.
Thank you. Very well. Mr. Barduzzi, we are going to have a break for half an hour, and then we will call you back to continue with the testimony and the questioning by the Defense Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, after the break, apparently we only have around a quarter of an hour left. What would be the preference for the SPO to break then, or can we continue with the cross-examination?
Your Honors, as you wish, I could use this break now to get ready. It's just that there are, let's say, many areas that differ, let's say, from today's testimony to the statement and prior references. So I will need to get that organized, but if you wish, I can do that during the break.
Okay. We can also add a quarter of an hour, and then that would give, because if not, we would have a really early break. So if we make it 3/4 of an hour, if that would suffice, then I hope that it will work also.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great suggestion. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Then we do it as follows, and then Madame Kortascher, could you also have the witness informed that the break will be a quarter of an hour longer, so that he is not getting ready for 11, but a 11:15. Then very well, we will resume, and we see each other at 11:45. Yes, the hearing is adjourned.
All right. All rise.
I see that we are in the same composition as this morning before the break. Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness in, please? Welcome back, Mr. Parducci.
Messaget.
Thank you.
Po.
Very well.
Yes.
I now give the floor to the defense counsel to continue with his questioning. You have the floor, defense counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Zatri dëshmitar,
Mr. Witness, do you remember when you left from Turicic village to transport you to Patok village?
ka qenë rruga e vështirë?
Was the road difficult to take? What time was then?
Çfarë kohe po mendoj?
I mean, how the weather was like then?
Three different questions, I would say. Was the road difficult to take? What time was it then? How the weather was like? So two questions. Maybe we'll take one question at a time.
No, sorry, when translation made for the time, I was meaning in that time, not for the time, for the weather. So again, I repeat my question. So I am asking him only for the condition of the road and the weather.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you.
Po më kujtohet.
Answer, yes, I remember. Can you tell us, please? Can you describe it to us, please? Do you mean to speak about the road or the weather?
Pari për kushtet e rrugës.
First, about the condition of the road. Atmospheric conditions were very bad. It kept raining all the time.
Andër
It was uninterrupted rain and it was very cold. I can't say whether it was under zero, but it was indeed very cold. And shall I answer the second? The road was very, very difficult. Mountainous road, very difficult.
Ju gjatë dëshmisë suaj sot,
During your testimony today,
që
you said that you stopped in Rimanish village to take a break.
sa ka zgjatë
Do you remember how long it took you from Turicic to Rimanish?
unë e thash
I'm not sure, I said, whether it was in Rimanish or Belopoi. In one of the two, we stopped for a break, but I'm not sure where. I don't know how long we stayed because I was in a very grave situation, but I know that we traveled during the night and also the next day, and in the evening we arrived either in Rimanish or Belopoy. I am not certain about that. Question. And during the day, you saw Salih Mustafa for the last time in either of the two villages that you stopped? Answer, yes.
Consultation with my counsel.
Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
Mr. Witness, defense has no further questions for you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Defense Counsel. Very well. Before I give the floor to the SPO for its cross-examination, the panel will render an oral order regarding the items that the SPO intends to use during its questioning. The SPO has requested leave from the panel via email dated 8 April 2022 at 11:16 to use two newly disclosed items in its cross-examination of the defense witness 900. The material concerned was disclosed immediately thereafter at 11:22. The panel notes that the newly disclosed items have been discovered by the SPO in recent days in preparation for the witness cross-examination. The panel also finds that the material is not lengthy and that the Defense and Victims' Counsel have had sufficient time to study it. Further, the defense does not oppose the use of these items by the SPO. Accordingly, the panel finds that the SPO has shown good cause for not disclosing the material previously and authorizes the SPO to use it during its cross-examination of defense witness 900 pursuant to paragraph 31 of the Decision on the Conduct of Proceedings, filing 170. This concludes the panel's oral order. Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed with your cross-examination of the witness. Mr. Witness, it's now the turn of the counsels for the prosecution to ask you some questions. You have the floor, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. And just for the management of time, I'll continue until 1 o'clock. Is that correct?
Thank you. This was a remark I indeed still had to make. We want to continue till 1:15 so that we respect the 1.5 hour. And for the afternoon, I will confer with CMU to see how we proceed.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you.
Mr. Pardusi, good morning, almost afternoon. I'm the counsel for the prosecution. We will ask you questions in cross-examination today. I will, before we start, just a reminder, as Madam President already explained you at the beginning, please leave time before answering after having heard the interpretation, and also please focus specifically on the questions that I ask and try to answer the specific question without elaborating or without going into many details. And then if details are needed, I will ask you to further explain. Is that okay?
Yes, I understand.
Madam Prosecutor, I will give the floor to Mr. Witness now. Mr. Pardusi, what do you want to say?
Is she a prosecutor or a lawyer of the prosecution? Because in Albania I received it as a lawyer.
It's the prosecution. She is a representative of the specialist prosecution. So she is a member of the prosecution. And we call it a counsel for the prosecution. Maybe that's what is confusing you, but she's representing the prosecution.
Thank you, Your
Ja,
Honor.
det är Sarem, så
I just wanted to be clear.
Okay, Mr. Parducci. I have some questions to clarify what you said in relation to, first of all, 1998, about the times you went to Slash and about the times you met with Mr. Salih Mustafa. So you testified today that you met Mr. Salih Mustafa twice in 1998. The first time you said could have been in July 1998. This was at page 16, line 9 of the live transcript. And you said that it was likely in Baigora, page 15, line 16. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that, and that's how it was.
Okay. Then you said that the second time that you met Mr. Mustafa was when you went to Slash to bring weapons and ammunition in October 1998. And this was at page 20, lines 13 to 14. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that. But I think I didn't say exactly like that. I put it rather differently.
Because I've been careful in quoting the transcript as it was this morning. What is it that you believe is different from what I stated?
I'm saying what I think. Yes, I met him when we sent some weapons and ammunition. I saw him, but very briefly. That should have been my answer.
Is in fact also what I had referred to. But I'm going to explore these meetings. And so if you have anything to add, I will give you the opportunity to do so. Now, first of all, I wanted to clarify whether, it appears that you actually went to Slash yourself that time in October 1999. Is that correct? Sorry, 1998. 1998, sorry.
I went with a driver, not by myself.
Okay. When you gave the defense statement in February 2021, did you have an opportunity to review that statement?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Yes.
Mr. Witness, can you take off your headphones, please? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it is a common practice here that when witnesses come, that they are able to review their statements here in the building. So if it is any other occasion that the counsel is asking for, but it is a standard practice that they review their statements here. So I just wonder whether you are looking for any other occasion or whether you look for that occasion that they are able to review it here.
Your Honor, my question was specific and was, first of all, in relation to whether the witness reviewed or was read the statement into Albanian when the statement was taken, so back in February 2021.
That's That's what I understood as an answer. And it has been posed also on different occasions to the witness.
I just was wondering whether we are not whether we are on the same page, that people are always reviewing their statements when they are
But
arriving here.
is this clear enough, Defense Counsel? Okay, very well. Mr. Witness, can you put on your headphones again? Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Parduzzi, I'll go back to the question I asked so that you can give me an answer. And my question was whether on the 26th of February 2021, at the end of the process of taking the defense statement, you had an opportunity to reread that statement or to review it.
Yes, of course. After I gave the statement, I read it and I signed it.
You put your initials onto every page, and you also signed it at the end. So you remember that, right?
Yes, of course I remember.
Were you satisfied that the answers you gave were to the best of your recollection?
I can't say if it wasn't a matter of choosing which answers to reply. I stand behind what I said in my statement.
Okay, I just want to explore some differences between the evidence you gave today and the one you gave back then, and understand with you the reasons for that. So, in relation to this visit to Slash, in October, we learned today, 1998. So I understand that you actually went to Slash yourself, right?
Yes, I went there myself.
Okay, I was asking because by reading your statement of February 2021, it was not clear that you actually went yourself. I'm reading from page 4. The ERN of the statement is DSM 00036 to 00048, and the specific sentence I'm reading is when you said, in relation to speaking about Slash, so sometime in 1998, I do not remember exactly when, but somewhere in September or October 1998, we sent some weapons there, and we received some food provisions from there. Do you remember that?
Mr. Witness, please wait a moment. Madam Prosecutor, is there a specific reason you're not calling it up?
No, you're not, simply because it was a 3-line sentence, but I can call it up.
I have a preference to call it up.
Yes, of course. And also because the witness said he doesn't read or understand English. So, but yes, I will ask Mr. Court Officer if we can please have the defense statement of 26 February 2021 on the screens, please.
And also the Defense Counsel can just
Of
have
course.
a quick look and revise it.
And I was reading from page 4.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honors. Towards the end of the page. Yes, so my question, Mr. Witness, was the statement says we sent some weapons there and we received some food provision from there, talking about Slash. Do you remember that?
Before I answer, may I see the statement in Albanian, please? The Albanian version, I can only see the English version.
Here the translation. Do you want us to translate it again?
Also, the original of the statement was in English, so I believe back then this must have either reread to you in Albanian, but not, you did not have the Albanian version back then. Mr. Witness, would you like me to read again the two sentences that I just read in relation to Slash in October 1998?
Yes, please, can you repeat it?
You said in relation to Slash, so sometime in 1998, I do not remember exactly when, but somewhere in September or October 1998, we sent some weapons there and we received some food provisions from there. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay, my question was that it was not clear from this sentence that you actually went to Slash, which we learned today. Is that correct?
Please, can you clarify the question? I do not understand the question.
Let me put it in this way. Why did you not say expressly that you actually went yourself to Slash on that occasion?
It is not true. I said that I went there. You have it in the transcript and in the statement that I went there. I confirmed it and I stand behind it.
Yes, today during your testimony, it was clear that you went there. And the reason I ask you a clarification is because from reading the statement, the expression, we sent some weapons there and we received some food provision, it does not necessarily imply that you actually went to Slash. And I found no other reference of you being there in Slash in October 1998. So my question was, why didn't you mention it expressly back then in that, during giving that statement?
I will answer the question even though you have received the answer to this question. I have said it and I will repeat it. We went there. More than one implies more than one person. I don't know what you want to bring from the context of it. You may read it. I have said it very clearly that yes, we went there. So there were more than one individual. I was there with another person.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Can you take off your headphones, please? For me, it would now be important if we could see the Albanian version to see what's in there, just to see if there has been a possible error in the translation.
I believe the Albanian version was produced later from the English.
Yes, I know.
But I will call it up and we can have a look. It's a DSM 00749 to 00761.
I would like to know...
Maybe page, let's start with page 3.
I would like to know what is written in Albanian there, just to avoid any confusion on
Of course.
What we are discussing now.
Let's first go to page 3 to see if this specific part is there. Page 4, please. think it's in towards the end of the page. Middle. Yes, when it starts from me/in, mua meidin, I think so, right? Okay. But I think maybe it should be read by...
I would like to have it translated by the translation unit, the corresponding sentence in Albanian, before we continue. Is that possible? Can you indicate, Madam Prosecutor, or maybe not, or if not?
I'll do my best. I think it's from the beginning, me/in, until the end of the first paragraph, ending with the ushimore.
Okay. Defense Counsel.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is better to start not me/in, but before one question, answer, because that is really in connection with that answer that is going after that.
Madam Prosecutor, would that be an objection? Would that be problematic for you that we include that?
No, absolutely. So. By reading the whole, by reading the whole part, it could also be that the question that Mr. Shala means refers to later, March or beginning of April 1999, when we know the witness later on went. So, yeah, absolutely, that doesn't make any difference.
No, this is for 1998. So the question: have you ever been to Slash? To start?
No. What exactly do you mean when you speak about slash? And then slash is for me related to two things. So sometime in 1998, I do not remember exactly when, but somewhere in September, October 1998, we sent some weapons there and we received some food provisions from there. And my only question is, for now, in order to be able to understand the questioning of Madam Prosecutor, is what is written in Albanian specifically after October 1998, we sent some weapons there and we received some food provisions from there. I would like to know from the translation unit if it's possible, if they can translate the same sentence in the Albanian version into English. Is that possible?
We sent some weapons there, and from there we took some food provisions.
In Albanian version, apparently the same is written as in English. So for me that is important, that we are not confusing the witness by citing something that is not written. So it's not necessary to go in now with the witness into the Albanian version or the English version. You are not confusing him by giving him the translation of the English version. That I wanted to confirm. Yeah, because I don't want him to be... I don't want to confuse him. That's my point. Madam Prosecutor, you can continue. Very well.
Yes, Mr. Witness, we confirmed through the interpreters that the Albanian version is in fact identical to the English that I read to you. So my only question was simply because why you had not specified that you personally went to Slash on that occasion when sending weapons and receiving food provisions. I believe the witness gave us his answer, so if Your Honor is satisfied, I can move to the next point, unless, Mr. Witness, you have anything to add.
Wait. Mr. Witness, can you take off your headphone? Mr. Witness, can you take off your headphone, please? Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor, and I make the same point as my co-counsel was making, that it's not a matter of whether he said it or not, because in the question before, it was asked whether he had been in Slash or not, and he said, yes, I was passing by. So that connects him, apparently. So citing only that paragraph without having any context of the previous question, obviously makes it that in fact on such occasion the prosecutor can say, yeah, well, there is a discrepancy because you don't say that or that. But if you don't read the paragraph before, obviously, then there is no context. So I think in that manner it is better that we clarify that was what you said, and then the next question was then. I mean, I leave it up to the council, but I think it's unfair to just say we sent some weapons there, and you did never mention that you were there. But I mean, I think the gentleman was referring also to the previous answer.
Can I reply, Your Honor?
Madam Prosecutor, you have
Yes.
the floor.
The connection between the question that Mr. Bombone mentioned and the rest of the paragraph is that, in fact, from the rest of the paragraph, it is clear that the witness went by Slash. And I was just clarifying specifically in relation to 1998 because it wasn't clear, and it wasn't to impeach the witness or anything. It was just to set the record clear and to understand the differences. Because it was clear from the rest of the paragraph that that first sentence, I was there just by passing by, I had understood it in relation to the second part, March or April, when they went by and they went towards the area. That's all.
Your Honor.
Yes, you
But
may.
if that was clear, then there would have been no question of the council to ask such a question, because the council wants to clarify something that does not need to be clarified. And just saying, why did you not say at that time expressly that you did not go there, it is unfair, because it is just what he had said before. And he, the paragraph that we had just translated and cited was obviously in connection with the previous question. So in that case, if it was so clear, Council, then there is no need
talk to me. We
yes.
always talk to me, and
Yeah,
then
sure.
we do it
But I
like
mean,
this.
If it was clear, then there was no need to ask such a question.
I think clarification was appropriate, but I see defense counsel's point that you could have pointed out that at a certain moment he said he went to Slash. I would say for now that the witness has made clear that he intended to say then that he was there and that he said it today. So I think we can continue, but I see your point, defense counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. So I'll move to the next part.
Mr. Witness, can you put on your headphones? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, in relation to the times that you met Mr. Salih Mustafa, so I understand from today's evidence that it was twice in 1998 and then other times in 1999. So was it twice in 1998, yes or no? That you
I don't know where you got this conclusion. I met him once in Slash and by Goror Zaburj. I don't know where you got this conclusion. That's up to you.
So if you met him...
Madam Prosecutor, could you please cite where he stated that, and then we can confront him with this specific piece of evidence?
Yes, I had cited it before, but that was at the beginning of my questioning, so I'll do it again. So I understand from today's evidence that you met Mr. Salih Mustafa once it could have been, you said, it could have been July 1998 in Baigora, right? So this was the first time in 1998?
Your Honor, I will repeat again. I don't know how she's getting the answers from the context. I met him in 1998 in July in Baigor, where he brought some recruits. And the second time...
We are all trying to be respectful. So Madam Prosecutor is citing from the transcript what you said and trying to clarify something. So remarks like, I don't know where she gets that from. I ask both the defense counsel and the SPO always to cite exactly what the witness has said. So we are not trying to deceive you here, and it's one of my jobs to control that. So, and we also try to be respectful to one and each other. Yeah? So you said now that you saw him maybe around approximately July in Bagiore.
And for the record, this was at page 16, line 9 of the live transcript about the timing, July 1998, and about the location by Gora was page 15, line 16 of the live transcript.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you take off your headphones, please? Can you take off your headphones, Mr. Parducci? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much, if I may.
You have the floor.
Thank you. I think the point of the witness was not much the issue of the date or the approximate date, July 1998, but the amount of times. And the citation that the prosecutor used says only one occasion, at least in that page 16, line 9. So that is why I believe that if the citation is about 2 times in 1998, then the citation should be correct.
I was about to give the second.
Okay,
yes,
so
she was about, and
okay,
I
sorry.
interrupted her.
Yeah. No, I did not get that because I thought that was referring to line page 16, line 9, and there is that occasion.
I understand. We all try to do our utmost. So thank you for being precise.
Your Honours, I was taking it step by step in answer to Your Honours' question to cite again the record.
Thank you.
So that was the first time, Mr. Parducci, and then
No,
the
wait.
Sorry.
Madam Prosecutor, he has to put on his headphones again. Thank you, Mr. Parducci.
So, Mr. Parducci, as Madam Presiding Judge summarized, we read from the transcript that the first time you said you met Mr. Salih Mustafa was in July 1998, likely in Baigora. And then the second time, when you said you met or you saw him in 1998, was when you went to Slash to bring some weapons and ammunition in October 1998. And this was at page 20, lines 13 to 14 of today's transcript. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember, and I did repeat it several times.
From today's evidence, it looks like we heard that you met Mr. Salih Mustafa twice in 1998. Then I was going to move forward to my next point, which was to clarify what you said in the past, namely in the defense statement of February 2021. And for this, Your Honours, we can again proceed with the statement, which is already on the screen. And I think I need page 2 first of the English, please. Actually, in page 2, there's the record of the first meeting in 1998. Then I wanted to compare it with page 5 of the English statement. I need the penultimate paragraph from the end of the page. Page 5, please. The end of the page and the penultimate paragraph.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Is it something on the content? Then I will ask
Yes.
Mr. Witness, can you take off your headphones, please? Defense counsel, you
Yes.
have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor. The citation of page 20, line 13 and 14 reads, the dates are hard to remember. That is where it starts. We were not in a position to keep a diary of notes or write down dates because life was very dynamic and the events were very dynamic, unfortunately very dramatic. If I'm not mistaken, it was in October, end of October 1998, that I brought some weapons and ammunition there and that I got supplies from Salih because there was a center for supplies there to meet the needs of weapons. But that does not mean, as the prosecutor says, that it was a meeting or that we saw him there. So is it now just, is it about going just to Salih, or is it about seeing Mr. Mustafa somewhere on a location? Because I think that is not what the witness answered in that citation that Madam Prosecutor gave.
Your Honors, the presence of Mr. Mustafa is at page 24, line 11 and 12.
Okay, you can read it
Okay.
out, and
Yes.
I also will have a look at it as you speak.
I'll read from line 6, the answer of the witness. Oh, actually, maybe from line 3, so that it is clear which time we are discussing. So the question of Mr. Shala was, Mr. Witness, at the time when you were in Salih, the occasion when you sent the weapons there, do you remember to whom you handed over those weapons? And the answer was, I handed them over in the building or house, or let's call it staff. We would call staff headquarters every private house because we did not have military barracks as regular armies. Then he mentions a number of persons. I don't think it's relevant that I read the whole passage, but at the end of the sentence, from the end of line 11 to line 12, he says, and in the meantime, Salih Mustafa came there.
Yes. Defense counsel, to be honest, I remembered that this was said by the witness earlier this morning, and I think that Madam Prosecutor was just citing the two passages that referred to a specific occasion.
Yeah, my point was just that the citation that she said that she saw, or he saw there, Mr. Mustafa, was not in the citation of page 20, line 13 and 14.
But she cited both, wasn't it?
I remember, Your Honor, to be honest, if I cited both. I mean, I remember that that was what the witness said. I tried to collect as quickly as possible all of the references to today's transcript, but I didn't misrepresent anything.
Okay.
No, just that was my only point.
But did you remember that he said that earlier today?
Your Honor, I read it in the transcript. I just in the question was imposed that it was in line 13 and 14 of page 20.
But for next time, I would say, because I see your point, but for next time, because we all knew that it was said this morning that he was there in October, you could say also the citation by Madam Prosecutor is not correct. This is another citation. It was not that she was telling something that he did not say. Yeah, that would help the expediency of this examination. Because I agree completely with you that if Madam Prosecutor is saying something that is misrepresenting what he is saying, we should not do it. But if apparently that is not the right citation and you know that it has been said, you could share it. Just, and that counts for everybody. Madam Prosecutor, please proceed. And
Yes,
no, wait, we have to, I say please proceed, but I have to tell Mr. Witness to put on his headphones. Can you put on your headphones, please? Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Yes, I should have complemented page 20 with page 24. Apologies if I didn't do it. I'm trying my best to use all of the references that I noted down from this morning, but I clearly remember that, and I had checked that, and I wasn't misrepresenting anything that the witness said. Thank you. So, Mr. Parduzzi, to go back to the questions about how many times you saw Mr. Mustafa in 1998. You said today you saw him twice in 1998. Is that correct?
Yes, for the 10th time, I confirm that yes.
Okay, then I will,
Excuse me.
in relation to your statement from February 2021. I had called up page 5 of that statement, and I'm going to read the sentence in which you speak about the times you met Mr. Salih Mustafa. I'm just going to go to the end of the sentence because it is about numbers and not about locations, and let's see how that goes. So you said the first time you were talking about the events preceding your injury and how many times you met Salih Mustafa, and you said the first time was in 1998, and this time, it was the second time, it was in 1999. Do you remember saying in your defense statement that you saw Mr. Mustafa only once in 1998?
Your Honor, I say what I remember and I know, and not what the prosecution wants to take out from the context. I said it and I will repeat it in my statement, and I will state here that I met him twice. This could have been a mix-up. I said I met him in July and October, the first time in Baigora, and the second time in Slash, when I sent some weapons and ammunition, and I took from their food provisions, whether they were food or clothes. That is what I have said, and that is what I'm confirming today.
Yes, Madam Prosecutor. Mr. Witness, we are not trying to misrepresent what you are saying or what you said in the past. We are just, or Madam Prosecutor is trying to show you what you said before and what you said today. And then you can, if it's a mix-up, then you explain it. Huh? But she's not citing anything else than you already said before. That's what's happening here. And you can explain how we should read what is in the defense statement you have given. Nothing more, nothing less. Madam Prosecutor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Parduzzi, I was trying to understand that, and my question was, why is there no mention in your statement to the defense of this second encounter with Mr. Mustafa in Slash in 1998?
I was not asked, most probably, and that is why I didn't reply.
And can you explain why you said that you met him the first time in 1998 and that the second time you met him was actually in 1999? Can you explain that?
I never said that I met him for the second time in 1999. I have never said it. I will repeat it again for the upteenth time. I met him in July 1998 for the first time, and I met him the second time end of September or beginning of October. That is what I said, and this is the truth.
But I read to you your own word. When I read it was the second time, it was in 1999. Those were your words from your statement.
I don't know if I'm clear enough. I only reply to the question. If I'm not asked the question, I cannot reply. I cannot reply to questions that are not posed to me. I only answer the questions that I'm asked, and I say what I know.
Peter, I just want to make a point to the witness. Mr. Witness, it's not here about what you were asked or what you were not asked. What I see here in this statement, which is signed by you, yeah, that you say this, the first time was in 1998. It's something you are saying. And this time, because you are talking about the time you get wounded, it was the second time. It was in 1999. Yeah? So it has nothing to do with what you are asked. It's something that you are telling the defense. And you give it a specific number. You say it's the first time and it is the second time. And there, from that, the question of Madame Prosecutor derives. Can you please take your headphones off, Mr. Witness? Thank you. Defense counsel, you're standing.
Yes, maybe, Your Honor, the issue is because it's the same citation, page 24, line 11, 12, says, and in the meantime, Salih Mustafa came there. Whereas in the first time, there is apparently a meeting or so. And maybe there's a distinction between that, or could that be clarified, rather than saying you met him 2 times? Seeing somebody or came there, we don't know what was the nature of that second contact, if there was any nature to it. That's the only thing I'm trying to say.
I would stick to the wording in the statement. I think that will do, Madam Prosecutor. I leave it now to you to continue. I've tried to clarify to the witness what we are discussing, and maybe there's a good explanation. You can clarify that.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Honors. I think the witness has answered my question. I can ask again, and I propose that if the defense counsel wants to take a different view to that, he can do that during redirect.
You will have ample opportunity for that, defense counsel.
Mr. Witness, I'll just check whether you did answer the last question, and then I'll move on. Yes, when I put to the witness that those were the words from his statement, the witness gave a clear answer. So I would move on if Your Honors is satisfied.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, I will now move to the time in April 1999 when you were injured. Let me first ask you, what was your condition during the trip from Turucice to Potok?
Unfortunately, I will repeat it again. I think I described it earlier, but since you are putting the question, the conditions were very difficult. They were grave.
Madam Prosecutor, I do agree that I prefer that we don't re-ask questions.
Okay, then I'll put it as a closed question. I understand you were seriously wounded, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us what injury you had?
Do you want to see them or should I just describe them?
Them, please.
Mr. Witness, it's clear that we are not going to ask you here to show them. We just want to have a description.
I was injured on both shoulders by a sniper rifle and on the front part of the chest.
Did you have a lot of bleeding during the trip?
Yes, of course I was bleeding because I was seriously wounded. You can imagine the weapons that were used. They are banned by international conventions, but unfortunately Serbs didn't choose their means. They used all means possible.
You told us, and this was at page 29 from line 7 to 16 of the live transcript, that you were put on a tractor trailer to be transported to Potok. Do you remember that?
I said it and I confirm it.
Can you give us more details, if you can and if you remember, regarding how you traveled?
Please, what are you most specifically interested in? What is your specific question?
Where were you staying? Where did they put you? You mentioned a tractor and a trailer. Where did they put you in order to transfer you?
Tractor is not a means of transportation. It's used in agriculture, but in the conditions that we were in, we had to use it because it was the only opportunity, the only possibility to go through those mountainous places.
Were you laying in the trailer of the tractor?
It seems, Your Honor, prosecutor doesn't understand. Of course, I was lying down because my condition was very serious.
Was there a doctor next to you?
There wasn't a doctor, but there was a student, fifth year. He already graduated now. He's a scientist, but he wasn't then a doctor. He was only a student of medicine.
Do you remember the name of this student of medicine?
Yes, I do remember his name.
What was his name?
Salih Shatroli.
Was there anyone else with you on the trailer?
These questions are repetitive. Yes, Nureddin Bishileka was also there. He was wounded. I have said this before.
Then, prosecutor, I agree with that he said that already.
It wasn't clear to me whether it was on the same trailer or it was two different vehicles. So
Okay.
I'm exploring that part.
Very well.
Okay, so you told us Mr. Nureddin Ibishi, Aka Leka, who was also wounded, was there with you. Was he staying next to you, meaning on the same trailer, or were different vehicles transporting the two of you?
Jo, ngjitën nuk eshëm, po ishëm një.
No, we were not attached to each other, but we were in the same trailer. It's been 23 years since then. I had a vest. I gave it to Commander Lega, and fortunately he survived, because I think if he hadn't had that vest, he would have more serious injuries.
Okay, so you're saying you were not attached to each other, but you were in the same trailer. So the same vehicle was transporting the two of you. Is my understanding correct?
E thash ngjitën nuk eshëm.
We were on the same trailer.
All the way, at all times during this trip, or not?
Ja, s'kam qenë.
No, I lost my consciousness, but I was going in and out of consciousness. We also stopped along the way because the road was very difficult, and so I had to stop and rest and receive some medication, some sedatives or IV drips.
With regard to the moment in time when you remember Mr. Salih Mustafa approaching you, I understand this is page 30, line 22, that he was up to the Rimanishte village, right?
Ja, nuk e thash ashtu.
No, I didn't say it like that. I said that he escorted us up to Romanisht or Velopoi, but not in Romanisht.
And how can you tell that he escorted you up to Rimanishte or Belopolia?
Për sa të herë unë.
I will repeat it again and again. He secured the road in case of a trap, ambush. Now, I know that when we stopped for a rest, he asked me whether I needed IV drip or something, or simply as a comrade in arms, how is it going? Just bear for a bit longer, we will succeed, but I did not have with me compass to know in which village we were stopping every time.
Okay, so in relation to the location, I understand you cannot really tell where exactly Mr. Mustafa came to talk to you. Is that correct?
How many times do I have to repeat it? That's what I said, and I stand by what I said.
Mr. Capuzzi. Mr. Parduzzi. Sorry. Parduzzi, I'm sorry. I got mixed up. Mr. Parduzzi, you have the floor. Can you answer the question? Because that was my point.
Would you like me to repeat the question, Mr. Parduzzi?
I already answered your question. If you have another question, I'm here.
I will repeat the question.
No, wait. It doesn't work like that, Mr. Parduzzi. There's a question asked, and I ask you to answer it, and you are not the one deciding which question to answer or not. And if I think that it is repetitive, then you don't have to answer, of course. But for now, I ask you kindly to answer the question. And Madam Prosecutor, please repeat the question.
Yes, Your Honor, I will. Mr. Parduzzi, my question was related to the location where you saw Mr. Mustafa. I will reread it again. So, in relation to the location, I understand that you cannot really tell us where exactly you met Mr. Mustafa during this trip. Is my understanding correct?
Po drejt ashtu e kam thonë dhe ashtu është.
Yes, that's what I said, and that's how it was.
So, location, you cannot tell. However, you said today, page 31, that you did not see Mr. Mustafa in Potok, page 31, line 22. Is that correct? You remember saying that?
Jo, nuk mund të përgjigjem kësaj.
I cannot answer this question that way, Your Honor. Are we talking about Potok or about the northeastern part? Because these are two separate issues. So just make up your mind for which part you want me to give you an answer, because I cannot give you an answer when it's not specific.
Witness, we will have the question re-asked to you, and we try to be more specific so you know what to answer.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Mustafa came all the way to Potok?
Jo, e thash.
No. I said I was not sure whether it was Rimanisht or Belopoi, up to one of these two locations. So I'm repeating for the 5th time that no, he wasn't.
Okay, and can you explain how you can tell that he came up to Rimanishte or Belopolje? How can you say up to which point he came?
You are not hearing anything, Mr. Witness?
Përkthem s'ka.
There is no interpretation.
See what is happening.
Edhe një herë pyetën se nuk po.
Can you please repeat your question? I didn't have interpretation.
Of course. How can you tell that Mr. Mustafa came up to Rimaniste or Belopolje?
Mund ta di se e kom pa me sy.
I could tell because I saw him with my own eyes.
You had just told us that you could not say where you saw him.
Defense
Sorry,
counsel,
Your
please, no. I want to have this question asked and explained.
But
No,
I really
I'm not.
think-
No, I'm not going to give you the floor now. I'm not going to give you the floor.
Mr. Parduzzi, I'll repeat the question again. Because we had just discussed how you could not refer to a location in which you remember seeing Mr. Mustafa during the trip. So my question was, how can you tell that he came up to Rimanisse or Belopolje? Can you please explain?
Unë e shpjegova, po
I already explained, and again, I will explain it even 100 more times if needed. There are two separate parts. Up to Romanisht or Belapoi, I didn't know. To this date, I don't know which part. And then the second part starts, the northeastern part that goes to the hospital. Up to that point, we saw him on the way, I don't know in which villages, but the last time was when we got off the tractor and when the other part of the brigade came to get us and transport us to the makeshift hospital.
So are you saying that you didn't see him only once, but you saw him more than once during this trip? Is that what you're saying?
Ashtu e thash edhe më lart.
That's what I said. I did not count whether it was once, twice, 5 times, 10 times. I was wounded. He came whenever he could. He came to ask, how are you? Just bear with us. We will succeed. So I did not count how many times, 2, 3 times. Yes, he came several times. It's only humane to do that.
Okay, so you're saying that you saw him several times.
The witness
Is
said
that correct?
Madam Prosecutor. We heard him
Yes,
say
okay.
that. So,
Can
let us not repeat it.
Yes, okay. Let me. I want to put to you something that was some questions that were asked during the interview with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office in January 2022. Can we have on the screen the interview, the transcript of that interview, which is ERN 104544 TRET, parts 2-3. And I would need page 16, please. I will read from the beginning of the page, line 1. The question that the prosecutor asked, Your Honor, I see the witness is asking for the floor.
Mr. Witness, please tell me.
Zote gjyqtare,
Your Honor, from the beginning, I wanted to express two of my concerns. One is linked concretely to this. Are you going to give me this right, or are you going to deny it?
You will be given the floor to discuss and to raise your concerns at a later moment in time, but I first want to do the examination. But you will be given the floor to share with the panel what you want to share. Madam Prosecutor, please proceed.
Yes. Before I'll start reading this part that I want to put to you, Mr. Pardusi, can you explain how you can remember that it was Mr. Mustafa, the person you saw or with whom you spoke?
pyetjes për kuptoj, çka po
I don't understand the question. Which is the question? What is your question?
How could you recognize Mr. Mustafa? You said you were in dire conditions.
unë isha vërtet në gjendje të rëndë shëndetësore.
It is true that I was in dire health condition, but mentally I was fine.
And so can you tell us how you recognized him?
Po të kuptoj qysh.
I don't understand you how I recognized him. I explained this already. I saw him in person. I recognize him. I don't know how else I can describe this to you.
So I'll read from the transcript. The question of the prosecutor was, at which point of your trip from Turicice to Potok, at which point, at which location did you first realize that Mr. Mustafa is with you? This was the question. Your answer was, I don't know what you mean by meet, Mr. Mustafa, because I was unable to move. Obviously, I was wounded, but at some point, I remember him coming, approaching me and asking me if I was holding up. Is that okay so far? Do you remember saying these things to the prosecutor? Okay.
Yes.
From line 8. Do you remember what was the location, if you can say that, where you first saw Mr. Mustafa, who was asking you how you were holding up? And your answer, I'm reading from line 11, I don't know, because it was covered and it was a heavy rain, and I would have wished I would have known where that was, but I don't know.
Edhe cila pyetja?
And what is the question?
The question was, do you confirm that you could not really tell where exactly you saw Mr. Mustafa?
Po ju vetë lexuat pyetja.
You yourself read the question and gave the answer. The answer is within the question, and I confirm what I said. In relation to the time, the next question says, was it perhaps, I understand that perfectly, do you perhaps know whether it was on the 11th of April or on the 12th of April, if you, of course, can say that? And your answer, reading from line 17, I don't know. I'm not able to define it. It would have been good if I was to know, but I don't know.
Cila është pyetja?
What is the question? Is there a question here?
It's whether what I'm reading is, do you confirm this evidence, that you, in terms of time, you could not tell when that was, that you met Mr. Mustafa?
Jo kur, po ku?
Not when, but where. There is a distinction between when and where.
The first part of the question was in relation to where, which you confirmed you could not tell. Now the second part of the question is in relation to when, whether it was shortly after you left or the second day before you arrived in Potok. Can you tell when it was that you remember Mr. Mustafa speaking to you during that trip?
Sinqerisht më s'po.
Honestly, I don't understand what the concrete question is. Please do not mix Potok with the travel from Turicice. Separate the two, or we can join the two.
Mr. Witness, in your statement to the SPO, allow me, Madam Prosecutor, you said the question was, do you perhaps know whether it was on the 11th of April on the 12th of April. Yeah? That's what they asked you, if you saw Mr. Mustafa. That's the question. And then your answer is, I don't know. I'm not able to define it. So to the SPO, you said, some months ago, you said, I cannot say if it was the 11th or the 12th that I saw Mr. Mustafa. And now, Madam Prosecutor is asking you, is that correct? Yeah, you said it to us, and can you say it again in front of the panel? Because you said it then, and we want to confirm that, or not. But you said it then, and we want to know if that is accurate. If you can say or cannot say that you saw on those dates Mr. Mustafa. Because apparently, back then you said to the prosecutor, I don't know exactly. So that is a question. Mr. Pardusi, that is a question. So can you confirm that you cannot say when you saw him on those 2 days?
Zona gjyqtare.
Your Honor, it's not 2 days, but when you look at it with dates, it's 2 days. Days as such are long. When the started to transport me, we went the whole day, and in the midnight we entered the 11th, and then the next day we traveled the whole day, and after midnight we entered the 13th. So I cannot tell you whether it was the 10th, 11th, 12th, or 13th. This is what I said then, and this is what I'm saying today. I do not know what the date is. I didn't have time to think what the time was or what day it was.
Understand that, I believe. This will do as an answer. Thank you for that. Madam Prosecutor,
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
And may I remind you, I'm sure you have seen it, that we are approaching 1:15, and if you could finalize your line of question and indicate to the panel how long you think you will still need to do the cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll conclude on this area, then we can have the break, and then I think I will have only 10 minutes left, no longer than that.
Thank you.
Mr. Parduzzi, a final question in order to try to understand the moment in time when you saw Mr. Mustafa, if you remember. Do you remember whether you saw him or you spoke with him during the trip between Slash to Rimaniste or afterwards? To Rimaniste.
I did not mention Slash in any case.
That was your point, Defense Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, I misspoke. I meant to Ričice, from where the witness was transported towards Potok.
Please proceed.
Mr. Witness, do you remember whether it was between Turicice and Rimaniste or in Rimaniste that you remember speaking with Mr. Mustafa? If you
Your
can
Honor,
tell.
I
If you
object to
cannot,
the
that's okay.
Wait. Defense witness, Mr. Witness, can you please take off your headphones? Mr. Witness, can you please take off your headphones? Yes. Defense Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. I think this question is repetitive. It's already determined that between that period of Turicice and Rimaniste, or the other location that he mentioned, it was on those occasions that he speak or meet or whatever you call it, had contact with Mr. Mustafa. So in order to have the same question again, I think it is repetitive, and the answer has been given by the witness.
Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Yes, I was trying to give some time limit. Maybe I can I can rephrase, leaving out the locations.
Because I see the point of
Yes,
the defense.
yes, no,
that,
I understand.
We have
yes,
been there.
Of course, I understand. Mr. Witness, do you remember whether, if you can tell again, whether you remember speaking with Mr. Oh, sorry, Mr. Parduzzi was putting back his headphones.
Very well, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Parduzzi. So the last question about trying to locate this meeting in time. Do you remember whether it was shortly after you left to Rizice or later on during the trip, before getting to Rimaniste, that you remember speaking with Mr. Mustafa?
Please, I don't understand the essence of your question. What is a concrete question? Did you meet him? I said that I met him. Where did you meet him? I don't know where I met him. I was not on a helicopter to know exactly where the location. I said I met him actually. He came to meet him because I was not in a condition to meet him. So he came to me, approached me, whether when we would stop for a short rest or to give me a painkiller or an IV drip, and then he continued. So it was a covered trailer, and it was raining heavily. It was cold, so he came, asked me, how are you holding up? Don't worry, we will manage, we will succeed. That was it. So I don't know how many times do I have to explain this. If you want, I can go on and explain it to you the whole day. It's not a problem. We can talk about this for a week, but I'm trying to be as short as possible.
That will suffice.
We would
yes,
leave. I would like to leave
yes.
this topic now because
I was about to say that.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. I've concluded this area of questions, so we can take a break, Your Honors. And as I said, after the break, I will have maximum 10 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Madam Court Usher, could you usher the witness out? Mr. Witness, we will now have a break of 1 hour and a quarter till 2:30, and then we will have one other session of 1.5 hours. I wish you a good lunch break. Yes? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Court Usher. For planning purposes, Victims' Counsel, can you already share with the panel if you can already say now if there will be questions or not?
Thank you, Your Honors. Not with complete certainty, but the way that it looks now, I don't think we'll have any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will have a break of 1 hour and 15 minutes. And so we see each other again at 2:30. The hearing is adjourned.
All right. please.
Welcome back. We are in the same composition as we were before the break, so we can note that for the record. And we continue with the cross-examination of witness 900 by the Specialist Prosecution Office. Madame Court Usher, could you please bring the witness in? Welcome back, Mr. Patuzzi.
Merci jättebra.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I hope you had a good break. We will now continue
Mer.
Thank you, good.
with the examination by Madame Prosecutor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Mr. Pardusi. You told us this morning that you were a member of Brigade 151. This was at page 12, line 8. Did you work with Nureddin Ibishi during the time while he was the commander of Brigade 151?
Jag vet om säkert mig på något.
Not only worked with him, but we fought together all the time. We were together, he said.
Did you have a specific role or specific duties towards Mr. Ibishi?
Det tyra kompasen rapport med oss.
I had duties vis-à-vis the National Liberation Army of Kosovo.
About towards Mr. Ibishi? Did you have any specific role towards him?
In what context do you mean? Can you be more specific, please?
What were your duties towards him, towards Mr. Ibishi?
Det tyra att Mia kanske.
My duties were towards the KLA, and nobody had any specific duty towards anyone. Our duty was to find the enemy wherever we could.
Were you responsible for his protection?
I don't know how to put it. Are responsible. Everyone else was responsible for themselves, but we were together all the time.
Were you providing security for Mr. Ibishi?
Sigurin e ka bojët
Everyone had to be responsible for their own security. It's a very broad sense. It's a very broad term when you say security. What do you mean?
The question was pretty
Yeah.
specific.
Mr. Witness, please try to answer the question.
Zonja prokurore,
To my knowledge, Mrs. Prosecutor, I'm trying to be as concise and as precise as possible. I'm trying. I gave my answer, and I think that would be sufficient.
Was one of your specific duties during your service in the KLA the one was providing security, escorting Mr. Ibishi?
mbrojtje fizike, sigurinë
I couldn't provide physical security to anyone, even less so to myself, but we cooperated. We worked together.
Mr. Witness, you can say yes or no to this question.
Zonja gjyqtare nuk mund të them unë se po,
Your Honor, I cannot say yes or no. I'm simply saying that we were together 24 hours. If you would call that providing security, let that be it. But I can't say yes or no.
Anything, because you are the one, the witness for the defense here, so that's not up to me. Did you provide security in the sense of a bodyguard for this person or not?
jo vetëm për
No commander had any security the way you are putting it to me. The notion of security is quite a broad notion. We were together, we fought together, we defended one another, but not any specific sense. I mean, we were not in those conditions.
Yes, I was referring to that because that was your testimony in the Latif Gashi Hedaya case. Do you remember testifying in that case?
në çfarë konteksti ka
In what context? It was the process of 2002, the process of the LAPI group. Yes, I remember I have testified.
My question was, do you remember testifying in that case? I didn't ask about any context.
po e marr me em, por
Yes, I remember, but I didn't sign the statement because it was provided to me only in English, so I refused to sign it. And as such, I'm not denying or confirming it, I'm simply saying I did not sign it.
Okay. In that context, Mr. Witness, you said that your duties and obligations were the same as all duties and obligations in providing security for an important person such as Commandant Leka. And I'm referring to SPOE 0012 0232 to 0012 0243 at page 2. So did your duties and obligation included providing security for Commander Leka?
me vetë faktin që e thash deklar
The fact that I did not sign the statement, I don't recognize it. If you ask me specifically, I said yes, we were together 24 hours, we worked and fought together all the time.
Can you just answer my question?
I can only echo that.
And it's a question that can be answered with a yes or a no. also in light of your previous testimony.
Since I didn't sign it, how can you take it as a statement or as a testimony? It was not given to me to read it, so I didn't sign it.
Prosecutor, just for my understanding, I see on page 12 of the statement you are referring to. It's a statement of the 23rd of September 2002, isn't that? Yeah. And then if we go to page 12, I see a signature under the word witness, Kaplan Parduzzi, and then I see a signature.
Maybe we can call up the ERN, please. Shall I repeat it? Is SPOE 0012 0232 to 0012 0243. And actually, if we can go to page 7 of this transcript. First of all, if we can zoom in towards the end of the page. Mr. Witness, is that your signature?
No, it's fake. I said earlier, it's not true. I didn't sign the statement because it was not provided to me in Albanian.
You're saying it's not your signature. Can we go to the last page, page 12, just for recognition purposes of a different signature? Yes, where it says witness Kaplan Parduzzi. Can you tell us, Mr. Witness, whether that is your signature or not?
In the end, yes.
Okay, so you did sign this statement, correct?
I didn't sign the statement. I said also in criminal responsibility, it's not true. You can look at the records of the hearing held in Pristina. I didn't sign the statement because it was not in Albanian.
Just say that you recognized this signature on the last page as your own one.
I confirm it that the signature is mine, but in this document and in English, in its English version, I refuse to sign it.
This is the English version, Mr. Witness. If we can scroll up a bit and we can show the language of the transcript to the witness. This is the English transcript, Mr. Witness. Do you see that?
Your Honor, the fact that Ahmed Gashi, the lawyer, was present there, whose signature is not there, you can say that, I can confirm that I didn't sign the statement that was offered to me in English. I demanded that it be translated into Albanian so that I could read and sign it, but it didn't happen, so I didn't sign it.
I want to have one confirmation. Do you see that this statement is in English?
Yes, I see.
See your signature under the English text?
Yes. Yes.
Can we go to page 7, please? which is SPOE 0012-0238. I need the last part of the transcript. Thank you. So I'll read the question and answers put there to you. Question: when did you stop being the bodyguard of Commander Leka? And your answer was, my job as his bodyguard stopped when we both got wounded in the Battle of Surdur, I believe on 9 or 10 April. Do you remember this now, Mr. Witness?
Si pyetje po.
As question, yes.
You gave a specific answer, Mr. Witness. Do you remember now that you testified you provided security, and specifically here you say, my job as his bodyguard? Do you remember now?
Don't mix them up. I'm saying again, there was no such specific task. We were together 24 hours. So that being the case, they might infer this conclusion. But I'm saying to you again, we were together all the time, day and night, but not in the sense of providing security or being a bodyguard, because we had to take care of ourselves, but also of one another.
Witness, those were your words that I read, no interpretation. Those were your words. Can we have also page 2, which is the one that I had initially quoted when going on to this topic? I will now read it so that we have it clear on the record. I need again towards the end of the page. Yes. So again, the question, and here you're just talking about you being a soldier in the KLA since 1998. The question of the investigating judge was, what were your duties? And your answer was, my duties and obligations were the same as all duties and obligations in providing security for an important person such as Commandant Leka. Is that more clear now what I meant with my questions? And do you remember giving this evidence?
I don't remember. More than 20 years have passed. I'm confirming it now. I don't know how you understand me. I'm being very clear.
Can we go a little bit up on this page? A little bit up? Okay. I'm reading from the second question that the investigating judge asked you. And this was the very beginning of the interview, talking about you as a KLA soldier. So you didn't have any rank? And your answer was, no, I didn't have any rank, and neither did any other member of the UCK, but I was involved in providing security for former Commandant Leka. What was his full name? Nureddin Ibishi. What time frame are we talking about, is the question. The period 1998 and 1999. So, Mr. Witness, I just read your words. Do you remember now saying that one of your duties was providing security for Nureddin Ibishi? Yes or no?
No, I don't remember it. 20 years have passed. But since you refer to my rank, it's true. The highest rank was member.
Needed a yes or no answer. You had the opportunity to answer. Let's move on.
Madam Prosecutor, I want to ask a question to the witness. What was now read to you? Yeah? That you was involved in providing security for former Commandant Leka. This is Nureddin Ibishi. Is that true or not true?
Zënia gjykatëse.
Your Honor, it's not true because nobody was responsible for security the way you perceive it. We were together all the time. We moved together. If you call that security, yes. But being together all the time, we provided security to one another. We were together in the battlefield, everywhere. If it was a matter of providing security, I wouldn't be wounded.
Yes or no?
Jo.
No, no.
I would like to know that if it's in this statement, saying that it were your words, are you saying that this document has misstated what you have said? That they have taken, it's false, what they have written down? Is that what you are saying? Because here we have apparently an official document stating that you have said certain things, and it's not about how I interpret things, it's just about the exact wording, and you say, no, it's not true. But from this document follows that you have said it. So, are you saying that this is all false, what they have written down? Or that they didn't understand you? I'm trying to understand. I was not there in 2002, so I'm just trying to understand.
Zënia gjyqtare.
Your Honor, I'm repeating it. That.
Question, do you think that everything they said here, what I cited and what Madame Prosecutor said, is that false? Or did they misrepresent what you said? Or do you say that there was a misunderstanding?
Unë s'mund të tham asgjë.
I can't say anything, but there are untruths in it. Whether they lied or not, I can't say it because I didn't have this document in Albanian so that I could read and sign it. And I raised this issue also in a public hearing.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, it's your turn again.
Yes, sorry, Your Honors, because Mr. Witness, this is repeated over and over again in this statement. So I'm going to read the beginning of the next page, just for the record, because you're claiming things could have been misinterpreted, but we are reading your words. So can I have the next page, please, the top part? This is page 3, SPOE 0012-0234, and then I'll move on. Okay, so again, I'm reading your words. I was taking care of physical security of the person in question, and we're talking about Commander Leka. Question of the investigating judge, what did you do? Your answer, if there were no training or other duties as soldiers, we would go to fight battles. So, were you fighting in battles or guarding Commandant Leka? Both. So these are your words, Mr. Witness. Are these true or not?
Kjo është konstatimi ju.
This is your observation. You were not there to know whether I said it or not.
Sorry, Your Honors.
No, please proceed. You were talking.
I just asked whether the words that I read, which were the answers you gave to the judge in that case, were true or not. And can you please answer with a yes or no?
Since you are saying that these are your words, I already denied it many times. How can I be more clear than that? You claim to be present there.
Didn't claim anything, Mr. Witness. So you're saying these were not your words. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no, and we move on.
I don't know. I already said, since the document was not offered to me in Albanian to read and sign, that this document to me is without any value.
It's not for you to say if it's, you can say that's not for any value, but for us, for now, it's here in court. And it is said that your name is under it and that you were a witness, apparently, in that case. So it is of value at this moment in this court, and we have you here and we need to discuss it. So it's not up to you to decide not to answer or to answer. And I ask it now to you and not Madam Prosecutor, these words, are they yours or not? Did you say something similar or not?
Your Honor, since I didn't have the statement in my mother tongue, I cannot confirm whether the words are mine or not. The very fact that I refused to sign, and this I raised before the judge in Pristina, I do the same now. I don't agree with it. How can I say it more simply than that? Microphone.
I'd like you to answer the question if you were his bodyguard and you have said no, but you said I was all the time with him and we were providing each other security. That's what you're saying now. Yeah?
I said we were together 24 hours, but not only myself. All the soldiers were there and they were protecting one another. It was our obligation to do that. You may describe it by the term you like, but I only challenge the fact that it was not me who signed it. It was not provided to me in Albanian.
Mr. Witness, I'm not describing it by my words. I'm using your words you uttered here in the courtroom. But I will give the questioning now back to Madam Prosecutor. Your point has been made.
Thank you, Your Honors. I'll move on. Mr. Witness, did you remain in contact with Mr. Nureddin Ibishi after the war?
Yes, of course, I did.
You see him socially?
I meet him as my co-fighter, as a friend, as a former commander.
How often do you meet, generally?
I don't keep track of my meetings with him.
Did you speak with him or did you meet him recently?
When specifically you're asking me about, recently, maybe 1 month ago, 2 days ago, 10 days ago, or 1 year ago. Can you be more specific when?
Answer the question.
Can you tell me when was the last time you met Mr. Nureddin Ibishi?
Maybe 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago. I didn't keep track. We meet also on the road occasionally or during some occasions or during religious feasts or national holidays.
Mr. Ibishi a friend?
Even more than friend. But not only Commander Leka.
Okay. Did you know that Mr. Ibishi also gave a statement to the defense for Mr. Salih Mustafa?
No, I don't know that.
And did you speak with Mr. Ibishi after you gave your statement to the defense of Mr. Salih Mustafa?
Unë kom folë, po shka specifikisht po të intereson.
I spoke with him, but what are you interested to know? More specifically, as I've talked to him, I will talk to him again.
Now, please give an answer to the question. Did you speak with Mr. Ibishi after you gave your statement to the defense of Mr. Salih Mustafa? You can answer that.
Zënë regjistarë unë e po.
I said yes, Your Honor, but it depends what kind of talks we had, because it's a broad question.
So you said you spoke to him after giving the statement. Was this immediately after giving the statement to the defense of Mr. Salih Mustafa or not? I mean, when was it, if you remember?
Ja, se di kur.
I don't know when. I don't know.
Statement or not?
Se kom
I did not take notes because that was irrelevant to me. When we met, we had the coffee, we spoke about it, we spent some time together.
So did you discuss with him the fact that you gave a statement to the defense of Mr. Mustafa or not?
You asked.
No, he did not ask, and I didn't tell him.
And did you speak with anyone in general about the fact of having given a statement to the defense of Mr. Salih Mustafa?
Som kujtohet se di.
I don't remember. I don't know. It's possible, but I don't remember.
Why do you say it's possible? Do you remember doing that or not at all?
I don't remember. I won't exclude it, but I'm always transparent. I have no reason to hide such things, but I don't know. I don't remember. Specifically, I don't remember. If any of my co-fighters had asked me, I would have probably told them.
You would have probably told them what?
Që kam dhënë dëshmi.
That I gave a statement.
And did you discuss with anyone the content of the statement, meaning the topics, the issues you talked about during that statement to the defense?
Jo, se
No, because I was not asked. If I had been asked, I would have probably discussed it.
Okay. When you say I was not asked, by whom? Did you mean by anyone? You were not asked by whom?
për gjithë ata bashkëftar.
All the co-fighters that I met.
Fighters that you met?
Janë shumët.
There are many.
Give us the names you remember.
Ka shumë.
There are many tenths, 100s in celebrations. I was not keeping notes. Whoever was there, most of them, I don't remember the names.
Any of them?
I don't know what name specifically I can give you. I may give you a name of a person who was not even present, because there were not only one or two persons present, there were many co-fighters present.
Who are the co-fighters with whom you would meet more
Your Honor,
regularly?
I would like to say something.
Gjithë ushtarët e ushtrisë lirimtare të Kosovës.
The KLA soldiers, be they from the lab operational zone or from other zones.
Ask something.
I would like to have an answer to this question, and I don't see why there should be any expectation now. You can go into this in your redirect, but not now. I just want an answer if you can remember some co-founders with whom we discussed it.
But the question was simply whether he remembered whether he had spoken about the content of his statement that he gave to the defense, and he answered that already. And then there is a hypothetical question coming: what do you mean with the co-fighters? So those co-fighters, whoever they are, I don't see the relevance of it regarding the fact of giving a statement to the defense or SPO or whoever.
I see the relevance, so we continue.
Mr. Witness, could you just give us some names of the co-fighters you remember meeting that we were discussing?
I was not taking notes of the people I was meeting.
Those you remember.
There were many of them from Shala zone, from Drenica zone. We went to offer condolences, for example, when we went to offer condolences to when Kadri Veseli's mother died. I cannot give you any specific names. We went there, we organized from different associations, and we went to offer our condolences.
Earlier, at page 99, lines 5, you mentioned the KLA soldiers from the LAP operational zone or other zones. So let me focus on the KLA soldiers of the LAP operational zone that you mentioned. Can you give us some names of those with whom you met?
I can't remember all of them now because that was not in my interest. I can't remember what happened yesterday or the day before yesterday, let alone at other periods.
Is that what you're saying?
I can give you names, 10 names, 50 names, and it might happen that they were not there because we're not speaking of 3 or 4 persons. There were 30, 50, 70, over 100, over 300. I don't know which name. I was not keeping tabs of the people I met.
Shall we leave it
yes,
here?
Yes. With regard to Mr. Mustafa, have you maintained contact with him after the war?
No, very rarely. You mean Salih Mustafa?
Mr. Salih Mustafa.
No, very rarely. On occasions, on celebrations, or if I'm not mistaken, it's been a while. Since then, 99, there was a dinner organized by K4. We were all there together, otherwise not.
And have you been in touch with him after his arrest?
Please, can you repeat the question? I didn't understand it.
Have you been in touch with him after his arrest?
I didn't have the opportunity. If I had the opportunity, I would contact him every day.
And have you been in touch with any members of Salih Mustafa's family after his arrest?
Yes.
With whom?
With the brother of Salih Mustafa.
Can you give us his name?
We call him Ben for short. I don't know his full name.
Mr. Arben Mustafa?
I don't know. His full name might be Arben. I don't know. I contact him. His father was ill. I regret to say that in front of Salih now because he's here. He asked for some help because there were shortages in medications at the hospital, and I contacted him so that he could help us. That's all.
Okay. How did you react to the news of Mr. Salih Mustafa's arrest?
Catch.
Very bad.
Can you elaborate? What do you mean very bad?
Çka konkretisht po të
What specifically would you like to know? The very fact that I said the news was bad, we consider that this was an unjust arrest.
Okay. Have you been following the proceedings in this case?
Është ndalume?
Is it forbidden?
Just a
Just ask a
question,
question.
Mr. Witness. Just a question. It's nothing about forbidden. It's a question, did you follow it?
I ka një gruaja.
My wife followed it, and she told me what happened in the evening when I went home. She had more time to follow it, but I also followed it when I had time. But my wife had followed it more than I did.
And on the occasions in which you followed the proceedings, do you remember which witness or what specific part of the proceedings did you follow?
Ja, unë pjesërisht.
No, I followed it partially. I work 8 hours a day from 8 to 4, so I don't have the opportunity to follow it full time. You say that this court is transparent. Most of the sessions are in private, so it's a matter of also the trial being broadcast. But my wife interpreted to me what happened during the sessions.
What about the sessions of other defense witnesses who testified before you? Did you follow those or not?
Jo, unë konkretisht jo.
No, not specifically. I might have followed it for 15 minutes or the end of it, but I repeat, my wife followed it 90% of the time. And in the evening, we would discuss it, would have coffee, and that's it. But also, whenever it was possible for me to follow it, I did. If it's forbidden, please let me know.
That you considered the arrest of Mr. Mustafa was an unjust arrest. What do you say that, and what did you mean?
Unë shpreha tha shumë.
I think I was clear. We think it's unjust because there is no basis and there are no facts. And we think this is all lies of fake witnesses and of the Serbian prosecutor's office, because you have also gave them commendations to the people who have killed us. You have cooperated with them and you have given them high praise.
Your Honor, just I consult with my colleague for a second, but I think I'm done. Your Honor, I don't have further questions for the witness. Mr. Pardusi, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Yes, we will now go to turn to the Victims' Counsel. Madam Victims' Counsel, are there any questions from your side?
Yes, thank you, Your Honors. No, we don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well. Defense counsel, do you wish to proceed with the redirect examination of this witness?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Defense counsel. Thank you, defense counsel. Before I turn to the panel for possible questions, I want to discuss, or I want to give you the possibility to raise a concern you had, Mr. Parduzzi.
Mundum?
Can I?
Depending on what you will say, we will do it in public session or in private session, but I will first listen to you. Please.
From there is 1 month.
Thank you. I have two concerns. One regards the fact that the prosecutor approached me, even though they knew that I am a defense witness. In December of 21, they invited me, and I was interviewed on January 10 or 11, 22. I consider that I was pressured to do that, and that it is completely unjust. If we refer to Kosovo legislation in such cases, based on the Code of Criminal Procedure, the prosecutor's office doesn't have the right to take to question the defense witnesses. The second concern, Your Honor, is that such invitations that are extended to us to hand over passports, to get visas, to come here.
About this topic, we are not going to talk in public. So, Mr. Court Officer, can you bring us into private session?
We're in open session, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. I read your statement to the prosecutor, Mr. Bardousi, and what you said to the prosecutor. Did you say that, was that correct, what you said to them?
Can you please repeat the question?
Maybe this is too large a question. You say you were pressured. Huh? That's were the words you just used. That you were pressured to give a statement to the specialist prosecution office. Is that correct?
The way I see it, and I consider it as such, because in fact their conduct was correct. Within the premises I was treated well, but the very fact of me being invited to give a statement to the prosecution, for me is a kind of pressure, fear. That's how I see it.
Thank you. What you said to them, did you say that voluntarily?
Yes, because I thought I was summoned and thought that they have discovered my uncle's grave, who is still disappeared in any mass grave in Serbia. There are still 1,600 Albanians not yet discovered. That's how I took it. I thought there was some news about these mass graves and finding of my uncle's body. Microphone, please.
To speak?
No. Other than here that I am under oath to speak, nobody can force me to say something. I said this also to them at that time.
Would you like, and what is the point you want to make?
For it not to continue in the future. If it happens with me, it will happen with other witnesses. Such a practice should come to an end. That's how I said what I said. Because if I were the prosecutor's witness, then I wouldn't answer the defense's question. You can't be at the same time a witness for the defense and for the prosecution unless the court decides otherwise. Without the court's authorization, I consider it a breach of the law, especially if we refer to the law of Kosovo.
Last question I have for you for now. Did you try to tell the prosecutor as best as you could, and what you remembered, as truthful as you could?
I answered to the prosecutors because there were two. And whatever I said to them, I said them in full sincerity, even though I was not under oath. Microphone, please.
We heard your concerns, Mr. Witness. Is there something you want to add? And not repeating yourself? No. Okay, very well. Then I will look at my colleagues. First on my right-hand side. Are there questions from this side? No? Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Parduzzi, in the statement you gave to the defense at DSM 00043, you said the following. From the hospital, I was transferred to Slash and transported to Slash, where Salih was situated. Is that correct? Did you say that?
Ik kom thonë edhe para
I said, even before going to Slash in Popov, yes, I stayed in Slash.
Yes. More precisely, the end of the sentence is where Salih was situated. So, was your statement that Salih was situated in Slash at that moment?
Nuk e di ku ka qenë vendosur.
I don't know where he was situated, but I do know that I met him and he helped us, he secured our passage toward Macedonia for my treatment. We could base ourselves everywhere we could. Every house to us served as a barracks. We didn't have a fixed place, so.
Okay, so why did you say that Salih was situated in Slash?
E kom thonë e kom takuar.
I said I met him in Slash, not that he was situated in Slash. I don't know whether he was staying there or situated there.
Again, I read your words that where Salih was situated. But I will go to another topic. Were you able to walk after being wounded in April 1999?
Jo.
No.
Today on page 23, lines 23-24, you were speaking about the recruits after they completed their training. And you said some of them maybe went to Mustafa's unit. Which unit were you referring to?
Zot regjistar nuk tha.
I didn't say they went. I said someone may have gone to, but I don't know how many and who went. A large part of them were systemized in brigades. I don't know who, maybe someone or a few went.
How many went? And I said, I quoted you, some of them maybe went. That's indeed what you said. But you said that they maybe went to Mustafa's unit. Which unit were you referring to?
Disia që ka qenë e formuar.
The unit that was formed in Slash, in Golak area.
What was the name of that unit?
Në atë kohë ka bërë.
At the time, it was called BIA.
Okay. And that was the unit of Mr. Salih Mustafa.
Nuk ka qenë në.
It was in the context of the brigade. I don't know, it did not belong personally to Mr. Mustafa because the units were not private.
That I understand, but I guess what you want to express, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Mr. Salih Mustafa was the commander of that unit. Is that what you wanted to express by saying Mustafa's unit?
Whether he was a commander, I don't know. I knew that there were brigades, and that Fatmir Sopi was deputy commander of that brigade 151. Later came Madame Shehu. I don't know how the units were organized within the brigade. I only know that BIA had a name because of its illegal activity in Pristina, and then its duty was to supply us with foodstuffs, medicaments, bring doctors when we need it. That is logistical duties.
Okay. When you went to the staff headquarters of Brigade 153 in Slash, you speak that at this staff headquarters, and that's page 24 of the transcript, lines 9 to 12, you said the following: certain individuals were there, and you refer to Fatmir Sopi. And then you said, in the meantime, Mustafa came there. What do you want to express by that? That Salih Mustafa was not situated in the staff headquarters of 153, unlike Fatmir Sopi?
Zot regjistrar nuk
Your Honor, I don't know whether Fatmir stayed there. I believe that all of them moved about. Maybe for the moment, neither Fatmir nor Salih or many others weren't there, but they might have come afterwards for some duty, some obligation. Your Honor, I want to make a correction. It was Brigade 153, not 151, on line 18.
Okay, thank you. When you left Potoc at the end of April, you said that you went first to Rimaniste and then to Slash. That's page 31, lines 11 and 12. And you say, they carried us to Rimaniste and Slash. Who is they? Who carried you?
fillimisht një korrigjim.
Initially, I want to make a correction. I said in Popov, and from Popov, we passed on to the other part. They were the soldiers of the KLA, no one else, helped by the territorial civilian defense.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Parduzzi. Madam Presiding Judge, I don't have any further question. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well. Mr. Parduzzi, we reached the end of your testimony, and I would like to thank you for your efforts you put into giving your testimony, which I believe will help us to, in our effort to find the truth. Thank you very much. We wish you a safe journey home. And I remind you that you should not discuss the testimony you have given before the specialist chambers with anyone. Thank you again.
Faleminderit se ju.
Thank you to you.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Yes, it's 4:30. Before we adjourn till tomorrow, do the parties and Victims' Counsel have anything to raise with the panel? I start with the Specialist Prosecution Office.
Thank you, Your Honors. Nothing further.
Victims' Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honors. Nothing here either.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
No, nothing, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we will resume tomorrow, Tuesday, 12th of April 2022 at 9:30 with the testimony of witness 1000. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.